Poor little thing over there, look. Someone got your engines? No. Come on, mate, run it long. Look at the tail, folks. See the silver leading edge of the vertical stabilizer, or at least 2/3 of it. That's the HF aerial, which in olden days that used to be the big aerials on the ends of the wings of the jumbo jets, the 100, 200, and 300 variants, which are now in the tail. Oh yeah. Beautiful, man. Wow. DHL up like a skyrocket. He's giving me the clouds before he gets past us, isn't he? Look at the wing, man. Look at the clip wing. Old school aeroplane. And when we talk about old school, I mean old school. That's the first ever wide body jetliner to be introduced into the marketplace, into the passenger marketplace, long time ago. Yeah. That 777. Quite a dormant microphones lying around then, aren't we? No, exactly. That's exactly it. That's what, and this set of mics as well. Of course it is. This has definitely got to be United's workhorse fleet, hasn't it? The 767. Wow. Yeah, they call it vortex drag as well. Looking it up last night because there's, you know, I mean, a lot of people call it fluff, you know, wing fluff. Pressure decreasing over the wing, innit? Or the increase and decrease in pressure above and below the wing. Obviously, different physical characteristics. Let's just have a little look here. Hold on a minute. Oh, of course. Yeah, morning folks, sorry about the interruptions with our feed. We'll get it right. So here we go then. Mike Delta 11, brand new member. So it's how to show how efficient these aircraft are, man. This is Air France's A220. Can't even hear it. Gillen, loving the American livery. Town spotter, sorry. Red 5, great SFO. Yeah, what an amazing 2 days, man. How lucky we were. All premium members, by the way, we're going to be releasing that a little bit earlier, just because we obviously had a free view, and we want you guys to see the full story of what happened at San Francisco. It was amazing. Of course, along with Air Force One arriving and departing out of San Francisco, catching both the arrival and the departure, but also the activity in the skies above. KC-10 and KC-135 tankers refueling jet fighters of the United States Air Force right over our heads, and we caught that during the show, which was just phenomenal. Probably one of the most interesting pieces of military action I've ever caught. Such a big hitter, and yet so majestic in other ways as well, isn't it? The 777. So down here, if you're new to Big Jet TV and new to our position here at the Hilton Garden Inn, if you book a room here, no idea. What, at San Fran? Oh yeah, the young lad Toby, him and his mate on the plane coming back. Yeah. Hello Toby. Yeah. and with his mate. They were the first to get their bags at the tramulator as well, weren't they? Before I do a little bit of housekeeping for our good friends at Virgin Atlantic. CWY Swear, is that Swear or Queer or Swear? Sywire? Swear? Is it Welsh? I don't know. I do apologise, but you're a brand new member, and thank you for joining. CYWIR, a very warm welcome to you. It might be Cy or something like that. I don't know, but apologies if I've pronounced your name incorrectly, which I do on a regular basis. John Grinham, British Airways 737-400. Welcome to first class. Isn't John a Okay, so John's having problems with he's having another go. So John, welcome back, I'm going to say. But a quick Big Jet TV shout out to all the crew on board VS20 from San Francisco on, when was it? Come back. Saturday morning, Friday night. Oh yeah, that was it. Thursday night. It was quite an interesting time on the at the gate, I have to say, which was quite interesting, I have to say. We've mentioned this before about paint peeling on Dreamliner wings, haven't we? It's certainly not in any way a safety issue. That's for sure. Let's just clear that up and make sure that people are fully aware of it. Obviously, one of the passengers has looked out of the window and observed a bit of paint peeling on the wing, and I think they freaked out a little bit. Obviously, and to be honest with you, quite understandably, under the circumstances recently with these issues that have been plaguing especially Boeing aircraft. You can't, and also with the 757 having a section of its leading edge literally chewed off. God knows how that happened. It must have been some kind of a crack that was caused during maintenance, I can only say, and it was hairline and unobservable, maybe from the inside, and then when the wind got underneath it, it's ripped a part of the leading edge off. So it's not a Boeing related issue. It just so happens that it was on a Boeing aircraft, which is a great shame for United Airlines. Anyway, it was all taken care of, landed back safely, blah blah blah. But obviously, somebody with a little bit of maybe a nervous flyer or something like that has looked out of the left-hand window on our aircraft and observed some paint peeling on the wing, and they've obviously brought that to the attention of the flight crew. Now, this is the great thing about, well, I mean, our we've flight crews around the world will back me up on this in terms of how they understand and appreciate and listen to the passengers, especially if they have any concerns. Let's just let this 777 climbing out. Oh yeah. So the passengers obviously brought it to the attention of the crew, and they have then obviously contacted the ground maintenance teams and asked them if there's anything that they can do. Obviously spoken with the pilots as well, and the maintenance teams have come out with a cherry picker and one of the maintenance cruisers literally crawled onto the wing. This is all while we're sitting on the airplane. Crawled onto the wing and applied some speed tape, which I have to say I was quite surprised that was black, because normally, you know, speed tape is silver, isn't it? That's the sort of like normal. Wow, look at this smoky 767. Wow, look how smoky she is, man. Be much waiting around for the guy behind them, because it is a 380. Bit of a shame there, great shot, but 380 is rolling. Yeah, so speed tape applied, but it did obviously mean a delay for us getting away from the gate by some 40 minutes or so. Which for the, was it Sri Lankan Julie that was sitting waiting for a Philippine, that was it, yeah, Philippine Airlines. Sat there for 40 minutes waiting for the gate to free up. Wow, look how low this thing is, man. Yeah, getting all that 500 plus tons into the air. What a shot, man. Going out over North to London. That is so radical. Peter Turner is a brand new member. Welcome, Peter. There's Warwick, also a new member. I'm just seeing there. Joe Tate has upgraded to first class membership. Thanks, Joe. Of course, Joe, amongst all our other first class and super class members, going to be joining us, well, it's a couple of weeks now, Jill, isn't it, in Sydney? 2 weeks today. Edelweiss has gifted a membership. Thanks, Edelweiss. Am I missing these because they're not coming up on my Andrew Herberts. Hi Jerry, my partner Monica is getting quite nervous about flying to Barcelona next week as she's never flown. Could you give her some reassurance? Yeah, Monica, seriously, you've got nothing to worry about. I would embrace it and enjoy the time that you're there at the airport, getting there, the whole experience. That's a whole sort of like adventure, isn't it? And honestly, I'd imagine that you're flying out to Barcelona. I'd imagine you're probably going to be on an Airbus. I don't know, but really it doesn't matter. Flying is still so safe. Look at the amount of aircraft that are going out of here. Multiply that around the world of aircraft that are being well, I mean, just look on Flight Radar 24, Andrew. Show Monica Flight Radar 24 and don't put any filters on it. Zoom out and look how many aircraft are in the skies. Will go some way to reassuring anybody about how safe flying is. It's the second flipping Max. This is Icelandair's 737 Max 8, I think. They're operating a couple of 9s as well, aren't they? Yeah, so it is. We've got a lot of people who watch the show and come up to me as well after or before or when I'm wherever I might be to say that they were nervous flyers once, but they're not anymore. Thing to do. I know it's easier said than done, isn't it, for somebody who flies as often as I do, both on the short haul, the medium haul, and the long haul flights. It's easy for me to say, but honestly, it is so safe. All I can suggest is that you embrace it and enjoy it. Keep calm and carry on flying. Steve Batty, almost as smoky as a 707, obviously talking about the 767s. Mike Delta 11, loving those good old 767s still running. Deirdre Rabbit, Mark Gillen, CPR 1234. The legend Freddie Laker, lots of smoke from the RH767 engine. RH Pratt & Whitneys, aren't they? Or are they? I think they're all Pratt & Whitneys, aren't they? 767 engines. Mank Red, good morning. Andy P. Suffer 63. The 223 is only being considered from time because of the need for fleet commonality. It's not because of anything else. It's just been to plan for the future. We have a rogue arrival, folks. This looks like Saudi Arabian Airlines. Is this Saudi's 787 in the new livery? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, so the speed tape was still there when we got to Heathrow, which I was I'd say quite surprised at, but impressed with. Oh, easy, son. Because obviously when you're in a bit of a rush and you've got to apply something like that, it's all about when you're applying tape or anything with glue on it. the most important thing is the performance of what you're adhering it to, what you're sticking it to, and that surface obviously needs to be free of grit, free of oil or grease or anything like that, otherwise you won't get a good bond. So I'm impressed with the fact that they managed to do that and it stayed on. Graham Laidlaw has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Graham. Alex Coop is a brand new member. Welcome, Alex. And we've got Alabama Al returning as a first class member. Welcome back, Alabama Al. So a quick shout out, and I don't know how many of them will be watching, but of course the crew that I flew out with to San Francisco, it was the same crew that I flew back with, sorry. So they kind of Todd Greenwell, 380, what a beast. But a big quick shout out to all the crew, VS20 from the 23rd of February 2024. We've got Captain Ken in the left seat. You would have seen on the tweet that I put out. Lovely fella. James, he's one of the first officers, and Ben, also a first officer. We've got Charlotte, who was the flight service manager. Abigail, Joe, Vanessa, Amira, Kinney, Jean-Paul, Le Ballet Rouge, Rachel, Daisy, Jennifer, and Nikki. I won't put shout out what Nikki put next to that, but anyway, the entire flight crew. Thank you so much. Great to go up front and have a chat with the flight crew when I was boarding. Great to see you all, and thank you so much once again, Virgin. You know, we all have our own preferences in terms of flying. I'm sure that the Americans prefer to fly with their home carriers, like these guys at United and American Airlines. I've flown with American, I've flown with United. Of course, I've flown with quite a lot of carriers, and I have to say, you know, I do always feel very much at home, as if I'm visiting the family, you know, the relatives, when I get onto a Virgin flight. Obviously, they're very, very busy crew, and they don't have time to sort of like massively concentrate on one individual person, which I don't expect them to do. But I have to say that their attention to detail, along with all the other flight crews that I've seen, are very. It's good to know. It's good to know that they've got everyone's interests at heart, and comfort as well. And also, just a quick one, because it was a night flight. It's great to see from time to time the crew coming through the cabin, just to make sure everybody was comfortable. That they were happy and didn't need any sort of like drinks or anything like that, you know, because obviously you get quite dehydrated, don't you, sometimes when you fly. And they were regularly coming through with water and orange juice for anybody who wanted it, which is good to see. Very welcoming. Yeah. Can I just a big shout out to Nikki as well, from British Airways, who handles the new deliveries for British Airways. Very unfortunate. Whilst I was away, they had their A350. I think it's the last in their A350 fleet delivered to Heathrow. That's not her there, is it? Let's just make sure. Well, hold on a minute. Let me just grab this. Is it? Alex Coop. Welcome, Alex. This is one of the Delta 330 CEOs. See how long it's taking the undercarriage to get up there. It's quite a lumbering, labouring process for the 330. Watch for the wingtip ribbons. See if we get any. Usually in the turn. Not going to get any at all at this rate. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh. Come on, go. Oh yeah. There it is. Yeah, Airbus have made some or making some changes to the gear up selection for the actual undercarriage, the whole assembly, they're going to be fitting some new actuators to the undercarriage, and which will result in the undercarriage retraction being about 2 seconds faster, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider how slowly the undercarriage comes up on the A330, it makes quite a lot of difference in terms of how quick they can ascend compared to currently, where they ascend at a lower altitude. Did you say BS, GP? Okay, no, that's kilo. So she's probably flying. I wouldn't be surprised if she's not flying, to be honest with you. Jordan Charlie as a model of the Saudi 787-10, Deborah Davies, Christopher Alexopoulos. Type rating starts on Tuesday. Hopefully we'll make the stream soon. Type rating? What, Christopher's on a type rating exercise, is he? That's brilliant, Christopher. Keep us posted. Nigel Gale, Andy Fishlock, Ellie Nick. I was so nervous I turned back home from the airport once, and I discovered Big Jet and was able to get flights and have my dream destination wedding at Eve Hotel, is it? That's brilliant. That's great feedback. Always appreciate it. Always appreciate it. See how quick the Dreamliner is. Well, almost all other undercarriages apart from the 330. Chucking them out. Heaving. This is quite a low departure. Look at this. It's amazing how slow it looks, but when you're on the aircraft, it just goes, everything's flying past you, man. Is a returning first class member. Blimey, only getting time to on your toes, man. Of course, we're on 09s here, so for an eastern departure, they're going straight on for a western destination, making this big 180-degree turn. Nigel Armstrong most definitely taking off into a headwind. You can see the sock there, which is indicating a ever so slightly crosswind element, slight crosswind element, but certainly perfect conditions for an aeroplane, really. Nice thick air that the engines can take in, all that nice thin air climate. Very much indeed. Dylan Corkill, Painter Girl, Sapik Khan. Well, Sapik, we do mix it up here on Big Jet TV. I like to see both landings and departures, but obviously, as we are covering the southern runway today, which is 09, 27 and 09. Obviously they're in on easterlies today. Arrivals very difficult to get because obviously, firstly, that massive, great big cathedral hangar, which is probably only about half the size of the one at San Francisco. I've got to be honest with you. It is a massive hangar, that cathedral hangar, and of course the northern runway. You will get to see arrivals. We mix it up, like I say. I do like to get both as and when I can, but as it stands at the moment, today it's mainly departures. Qatar 380 from Doha. Fly SSC1 Beverly George. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Hope your weekend's treating you well. Nothing in at the bread bin today at this point in time. Obviously all the One Air and Air 1X and all that mob busy out on missions. Interesting to see, or good to see should I say, that Terminal 4 have really are now all out looking after all the gates right the way out to these far ones here, which were sort of not in use. Katrina, lots queuing up. Raptor X big departure crew, Omni Shambles. I will be on OS462 this afternoon, scheduled to depart 13:55. Excellent. Well, Omni Shambles, keep us posted. When you're taxiing out, let us know, because obviously because there's so much going on, it's always difficult to keep a track of who's on what and what they're coming in on or going out on, etc., etc. So going to rely on you there, Omni Shambles. If you can, when you're on the plane, you'll still be able to use your phone when you're taxiing out. And he is on OS 462. What's happening? You got that? Huh? Oscar Sierra 462. Scheduled to depart 13:55. Andy Minty 14. Expensive traffic jam. Daryl Corkhill flying to Albania in 2 weeks. Will be my 6th flight of the year. Wow. Already? Blimey. Fair play. Is that Kaylee Kerwin? Big line. Joanna B. Lana. Saw that circling over the in the air yesterday, and said to my mate who I was playing golf with, "That's come all the way from New York." He's like, "No, what, a little plane like that?" I'm like, "Yeah." You'll be surprised nowadays, man. I mean, it's, to be honest with you, it's nothing new, is it? I mean, they used to operate a British Airways 318, albeit it did stop in Dublin, didn't it? I think for fuel. But these guys able to fly all the way. That's nice. Okay. Pierre Roland. Good day to you, Pierre. Early birdie. Michael Gallant. Bootle lad. Nigel Gale, not really news, but Sunday Times article on new jet highways to speed up and increase numbers of arrivals and departures at 20 UK airports. Interesting. Jet highways, as in the it is literally like a road system up there when with these jets flying at different altitudes, different headings, and so on and so forth. Obviously, it's a busy time when they're on approach, when they're on the descent into an airport, and the approach busy. When they take it off, still quite busy. They get handed off to different controllers at different parts of the process. But once they're cleared over the Atlantic, they will more or less stay on their one heading. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, what is quite interesting, that there is a black spot, you would call it, over the Atlantic, where radio communications through the normal satellite systems, I think it is, go down, and then they rely on HF, high frequency radio, which is the old school style, which uses sound waves and bounces off the atmosphere, I think. Sun over London. Post Office Tower. Been up there. isn't it? More so than the 777 rates wingtip. Little bit of moisture in the air. Everywhere I look around. Moisture in the air. Every sight and every sound. But I don't know if I'm being foolish. I don't know if I'm being wise. Something I've been believing. And it's there when I look in your eyes. Some geezer. Nigel Armstrong. Korean 747s are a wonderful sight. Great colour scheme. Nice. Why are we talking about a Korean 747? Do we have one inbound? Trevline, Melanie, Penelope. Yeah, June time, the Korean 747 coming in at Heathrow. Hot days on the roof. Get ready. I should have actually asked the pilots about the directive, if there's any directive that's been posted about the Dreamliner anti-icing system, or whether it was something that's just been sort of like discussed as not a potential issue even, but just something that could maybe be addressed, because they are using the same sort of anti-ice system on the engine. On the engines as the 737 MAX LEAP engine. Look at that thing, just it's like floating up there. It's insane, isn't it? Oh. Pop up on my phone there from Captain Chris, Capo Chris from Virgin Atlantic. Oh, I can't even get the camera out. Archaic looking aircraft in some ways, isn't it? The old 300. Roger Slater, thank you Roger for your video clip, catching me pulling into gate on Friday morning, wasn't it? Friday afternoon even. Rohit, I know a guy who used to deliver my morning newspaper at Saltines. I'm a civil servant in the Indian Army. 777 Lenny, Ian Byrne, Claire Traguna. Pretty cloudy there. Is that settled in for the day, or will the cloud clear? I think it's settled in for the day, Claire. Tell you what, it's a good job I brought some thermals up with me. Jakey Gerard, Louise P, John Grinham, good afternoon everyone, Henry Worship, Steph, I thought taxiways go by Alpha Whiskey, etc. They do, I think, don't they? I'm pretty sure they do. I mean, there are entry points which are which have names, don't they? I remember when I was in the flight sim with Zane Dunning and we were taxiing. Peter Sutton. Can't wait to see some of the transatlantic flights passing over the Isle of Man as we have beautiful clear skies. Wow. Nigel Armstrong has gifted 20 memberships. Thank you, Nigel. That's very kind of you. Screaming Emu, my buddy was telling me that by the time Southwest gets their 737 MAX 7s delivered, the airframes will be already 10 years old. Wow. That's insane, isn't it? Blimey. I'm sure Southwest aren't happy about that, are they? Is that? I mean, part of the reason for that, obviously, and let's face it, it's not just Boeing, but it's Airbus, as well as every aircraft manufacturer or airframer, as they are also known. You know, the issue with materials, raw materials, you know, these specialist alloys that these aircraft use with titaniums and carbtanium as well. Believe it or not, there is such a material as carbtanium, a mixture of carbon and titanium. The carbon fan blades of these modern engines also have a titanium leading edge on them. You know, the seating, the interiors of the aircraft. I mean, I think it's Qatar who've got a whole load of A350s all parked up with no interiors in them because they just cannot. The manufacturers cannot get the materials. You know, specialist leathers, plastics, and so on and so forth. So, you know, although, you know, there may be some delay with manufacture and / delivery of aircraft as a result of, you know, the problems that have plagued well, I mean, Boeing and also Airbus in terms of, you know, the Pratt & Whitney engines as well. You know, engine deliveries, it's just a massive, you might see an aircraft sitting there for 6 to 10 months without the engines attached, because they, you know, the orders are exactly the same with the airframers as they are with the engine manufacturers, and therefore, you know, you'll see all kinds of delays being plaguing these guys. Hassan Amdad, Paul Skilling, Captain Chris heading back from Lagos, saw it on his Instagram. There we go. When's he coming in? Because obviously he's going to be arriving, so we're not gonna get to. Well, we'll get to see him taxiing, maybe, but. So Capo Chris saying, "G'day Jerry, you're at Heathrow today? I'm en route from Lagos VS 412 A350, and it is GV Eve, estimated 1615 Zulu." Okay. Well, we'll be here, but it's just obviously I'll tell him we're on 9s. see if we can get him to okay, Logan, I just want to give a shout out to Logan, whose 10th birthday it is tomorrow. Happy birthday for tomorrow, Logan. Is that Qantas's 380 parked in a unusual spot, I have to say. That's sort of the other side of T2's terminus, isn't it? On one of the remote stands. I'm just looking at the angle of the... It's kind of where they usually park Virgin jets on remote stands.
Hello, it's a new member. Welcome, Paul. Etihad. I'm pretty sure I did. I flew A350 1000 to Abu Dhabi, didn't I? With Etihad. Yeah, I did. I definitely did. I actually remarked on how bleeding cold it was in that exit seat, right next to the door, like the worst draft you could possibly imagine. Thank you, Nigel, and thank you, Griffin Claw. We got that, didn't we? Thank you, everybody, for your wonderful generosity of gifting memberships. It is a wonderful thing to see, and also obviously a wonderful thing to be able to do. Mac Cat Lady really like the Air Malta livery. Okay, there's one lined up down there, isn't there? Isn't there an Air Malta jet lined up down there? What's Emu done that people are saying congratulations about? Captain Emu. Now watch how long this gear takes to go up. About 3 seconds after liftoff. Positive rate, gear up. Now check how long this thing. About 12 seconds. David Zamula. I think they're going to be able to retrofit those new actuators on the ribbon. Look at the ribbon coming off the wingtip. Nice. Yeah. So many new members, man. I'm finding it hard to keep up with this, to be honest with you. Yeah. High speed. Oh, that's where you get to see that beautiful wing profile on the Dreamliner. Isn't that a thing of beauty, man? It's like a bird of prey, isn't it? Yeah, might be a few of you who are new to Big Jet TV wondering why we're not covering arrivals. Well, the reason for that is that when they are on 09s, we would normally, not always, but sometimes be over the other side at the London Fire Brigade roof. But unfortunately, the roof is undergoing some well, it's basically being resurfaced, recovered, should I say. And as a result of that, you know, because it is a work area, we're unable to get on there until those works have been completed. About another 3 weeks, we reckon, maybe a little bit longer. It all depends on, I think they're waiting on materials, possibly. The top coat, I think. Right, quick shout outs. Wow, we got David Zamula. A very warm welcome to you as a brand new member. Did I get to, I think I've got, that's obviously some kind of a glitch there, GP, because I've got 3 memberships from David. Paul P141 is a brand new member as well. Welcome to first class, Paul P. James McKelney, hope you feel better. He's in Manila, which is where the A380s are maintained. Most of the A380s, I think it's Lufthansa, even though it's called Lufthansa Technik, Lufthansa Technik, based out in Manila, where a lot of the A380s are serviced, and I think the majority, I think the D checks are carried out. Certainly Lufthansa Technik have just carried out the first 12-year D check on the A380, which is crazy, isn't it? It seems like they've been in service a lot longer than that. All the very best to you, James. Paul Skilling, 777 Lenny. James Milligan. The Dreamliner is nice but looks old now. Really? Well, I don't know about that. It's a very modern wing on it, isn't it? But again, each to their own. It is all about preferred, you know. I missed that Air Multijet for that member, I think I have. Beverly George, Claire Bear. Claire Bear, yes, it is always about wind direction. When the wind is coming from the east, the aircraft will use 09 operations, and that's the same about with airports all around the world. Wind direction will always be the determining factor in what runways are in use. So obviously a westerly wind would mean that the aircraft would be on 27 operations. 27 and 09 being the compass heading, 090 and 270. Obviously from 0 all the way around to 360. Arrow departures work for me, great stuff, thank you Claire Bear. Paul Freeman, Suffer 6-3. Nigel Armstrong, Sue Cowder, Paul Probalat. Ships are cool, saying my great aunt, wow, my great aunt is on, what's that? Sierra Hotel 10 for Golf. Okay, yeah, I know. Oh, it's a BA flight. Okay. Ships are cool. Well, we need the BA flight number. if we can do, please. We're going to try and find it. And then ships are cool. You'll just need to message us literally when she's lining up so that we can be fresh with it and not miss her. Carol Smith, that name was named after Richard Branson's mother. Sounds an amazing, well, it sounds an amazing plane, but she was an amazing lady as well. Yo Kennedy, Mr. Rigsby, 40 mile an hour winds forecasted for Heathrow tomorrow. And again, they will be on 9ers, so Jez White 380 is just 350, sorry, just perfect from all angles. I think people, when they say about you know, their preference, liking a Boeing, liking the 787 or liking the 350, it's not so much an airframer thing, you know, preference over Boeing or preference over Airbus. It's just what they prefer in terms of the aesthetics of the aircraft. I mean, there are obviously a lot of people who are loyal to Boeing and Airbus. Going left. Okay, we have that as BA 1428 for your great aunt. 3:43 that departure apparently. Somebody asking, one of our members asking, what is the best room at the Hilton Garden Inn? Avgika, well, 747 I would try and get into if you can. Look at these aircraft using so little runway. Even the Dreamliners are going up quick. Yeah, room 747, but any of these top room floors, 746, 748, I think there is as well. An old jet. Nice. 7-8. Highlights of San Fran, yeah, really difficult to choose, man. Really difficult to choose. Compressed air on the intakes, man. It's great, isn't it? wish I was going to ask for a 9 right arrival, GP. Inbound from Lagos. But it's there when I look at you. Flashes running on that, obviously testing out their anti-collisions. Oh, crazy! I can't see that. You seeing that on the screen, folks? So they're the anti-collisions, and when you fly through cloud, they literally light the whole cloud up. Those strobes, those strobe flashes, anti-collision lights. I think they're doing carrying out a visual inspection to make sure they're working all right. Yeah, that's all right, John. Right, left indicator, right indicator, right. Yeah, brake lights, yeah. Reverses, yeah. Yeah, that's all right, yeah, lovely. 777, amazing how long these aircraft last, 30 years plus. Reading a piece about a 737-200. Yeah, 200 with the old Pratt & Whitneys on it, that was brought back into service by Boeing a few weeks back, or actually not by Boeing but by the operators, but just incredible. Paul Hodgson also showing me a video of a 737-300 that's in operation. Old airframes, but trust me, you know, they're still airworthy. They have to be certified, and it's a bit like any car, really. You know, the thing is that the crazy thing is that classic cars don't need an MOT, which I find a little surprising. Alan Tonkinson off to Miami a month today. Matt Cat Lady, great question. Which is better, curved winglet or split winglets? What you're talking about there is the split scimitar winglet, which is really only on the 737, other than obviously the MD-11, which was the replacement or the improved or stretched version of the DC-10, where Boeing tried out their split scimitar winglet, which is not quite along the same lines as what they're running on the 737 MAX, but it does all depend on the aircraft type, to be honest with you, and what works best for it. This, as you can see, is you can see those two winglets there. That's the raked / blended wingtip on the 787 Dreamliner, which you can get a better shot of it there. Look. Which is, as you can see, you can actually see where it attaches to the wing. That's an extended raked wingtip, or also blended. But in comparison, you've got the fully curved wingtip, which is on the A350, and that again is a blended wingtip. Also on these, that's one of the hybrid 320 jets with British Airways, and that is again a blended wingtip. And then you got the really old school style, which is a fence style wingtip, which is still on the A380, but also on the old A300s that we see being used by DHL. And then of course you've got the raked wingtip, which is quite difficult to see at certain angles on the 777, because it is so lift to it at all, no curve to it like there is on the Dreamline. The Dreamline has got ever so slight curve upwards, and then of course you've got the blended wingtip of the A339 as well, amongst others, and of course the 737. The 737, both the Max and pre-Max. Split scimitar winglet. Suffer 63J. LHT is being sold by the group. Also, Air Malta is coming to an end as their government can't subsidise them anymore. The airline will slim down. Okay, wow. Okay. Sue Glover. Yeah, we'll be monitoring those winds tomorrow, folks. We'll see how things transpire, but just bear in mind and be aware that it is 09 operations tomorrow as well. Little bit different than it is when they're on 27s. 777 Paul used to like the angry looking cockpit on the DC-10, yeah. Jason Moran, good afternoon. Love the San Francisco shows. Great to see Air Force One in action. Fantastic, Jason. Glad you enjoyed it. Of course, a lot of members, new members, on their first international excursion with us, and a lot of people commenting on how good it was and how much they enjoyed it. So, and fair play, I have to say, also to everybody for hanging in there, because obviously with the time difference, 8 hours difference from San Francisco, or that west coast of the United States, to the UK. So a lot of people hanging on in there. Jill Watkins, planes are popping up quickly. I wasn't sure if it was your camera perspective, but sounds like they are actually getting airborne quickly in this wind. Yeah, most definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, they get up to that V1 position, so much the speed. I mean, it's look how quick that guy's going up, man. The aircraft at one point, at a point, I'm guessing, I don't know if Screaming Emu can answer this, but I've seen it sometimes where you can actually see the aircraft itching to get up in the air. You can see the front, the nose wheel almost sort of like wanting to fly. You see it wants to fly. But obviously you have to make sure that the aircraft is travelling at the optimal speed for flight. It has to be at a certain speed, the V1 speed. But it certainly appears that because of these headwinds, direct headwinds, and also don't forget these conditions as well, where the air is quite thick as opposed to hot climates where the aircraft requires more runway because it needs to ingest more air. Well, it doesn't need to ingest more air, but it's just the air is thinner, and therefore it requires a longer runway run. Graham Hill, good day to you. GG, Sue Cowder. Aviation in 4K. So this is the A350. British Airways jet. All A350s aircraft are 1000 variants. So he's already getting up to speed here, and we could see this guy rotating pretty damn quick. Here we go. Look at that. Less than half the runway used then. 2 miles long, this runway. there or thereabouts. Dreamliner, a little bit more of a long run, only because of the fact of engine preservation. We are the Trent Preservation Society. Canada. Okay. Triple. Karen Smith, 25 years old. I don't think God needs an MOT. Bizarre, really. Wow. Yeah, it is kind of crazy, isn't it? We're talking about polluting the environment. Mind you, don't see many of them on the road anymore, do you? The old Go on, Sam. D-Bash, blimey. Stuart Dayton is a brand new member. Welcome, Stuart. Tim Smart has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Stuart. And Bash has also gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, Bash. And good to see you in San Fran as well. Leslie Fraser has gifted 5 memberships. Thanks, Leslie. Pixel Planespotter is a brand new member. Welcome, Pixel Planespotter. And Sam Brown has gifted a membership. Thanks, Sam. That's very kind of you. Switch out gloves, but there we go. Craig Farcar, thanks for the warm welcome. There we go. Bruce Motu, Penny Haskins. This is an amazing location today. Thank you, Penny. Glad you're enjoying it. We are on the roof of the Hilton Garden Inn. Very privileged and lucky to have our position up here, exclusive to Big Jet TV. And a big shout out, I know he won't be watching because he never watches, but RL, just in case you are. But also the great staff here at the Hilton Garden Inn, always very inviting and happy faces. Stuart Dayton is a brand new member. Tim Smart gifting 5 memberships. Wow, I was behind on everything, and Tim Rotonda, for the safety of all on board, wait for VR. Yes. So we will obviously have Qatar's 380 at some point, Etihad's 380, another Emirates 380, and more than likely I'd imagine another BA 380. Yeah, we've got no idea on timings for Sydney yet, folks. Oh, this looks like a gear issue. Watch the doors go up. She's got a brake problem. At least one a show at Heathrow, innit? So they'll wait for a couple of minutes, and of course that's causing a tremendous amount of drag on the aircraft. Green screen. So that is a brake failure. Well, not so much a brake, it's an electrical failure. The electric feed to the braking systems, one of the systems will be down on one of the wheels, which will mean that the wheel will not stop rotating at least for another couple of minutes. They can't do it by braking it, they have to wait for it to naturally stop turning. Rob Boosie. Welcome back, Rob. British Airways, just one part of the British Airways maintenance area. That's a big engine test area right there. It's Qatar's 350. Is it a 1K? Yeah, it's a 1K, isn't it? Look at that. That lovely. Of course, saw the beautiful One World liveried 350 at San Fran, right next to us. JFK is calling your name, Mr. Dunn. Yeah, that's another great position that we have at JFK. Almost a little bit like San Fran in a funny sort of way, with the overlooking the bay area, and with the waves lapping away in front of us. It's very sort of like, you know, therapeutic. Bruce Motu, good to have a show at Boston in the spring. Kevin Grant, GG, Louise, Peter May, good day, Suken. Brian Stewart, Glenn's Aviation, love. Screaming Emu, brakes have to be below a certain temperature for takeoff. as hot brakes could affect effectiveness. Yes, in an RTO. Yes, they have to be. I think it's a minimum of 90 minutes. The brakes need for a cool down on the big aeroplanes. That is, not so much on the small ones. I think someone once told me it's around about 90 minutes they have to allow for the brakes to cool. Some aircraft do have braking fans attached to the wheel assemblies. Not all of them. I think it might just be an Airbus thing. I don't know, or a Boeing thing, one of the two. But yes, indeed, in the case of what we've just seen with that Dreamliner, it's not so much a hot brake. It's more to do with a brake failure where one of, not all of, but one or maybe even two brakes on the actuators, on the pistons, which the electrical systems, as opposed to having a hydraulic system, they have electrically powered actuators that push the pistons onto the discs, and when they fail, for whatever reason it might be, it could be just simply a fuse or whatever it might be, it basically means that one or more of the wheels will continue to spin, because the gear up, when they apply gear up, the lever, that automatically brakes the wheels. So that's positive rate, 2, 3, gear up, doors come out. This whole sequence now will be all done from one movement of a lever. And of course, if the system will override the gear up if one of the wheels continues to spin. Got to appreciate that at some airfields there are quite long taxiways. Somewhere like New York, for example, where you're taxiing for quite a length of time and distance, will effectively heat the brakes up, and sometimes you might get a hot brake scenario, which is what Captain Emu was talking about just then, about the fact that the brakes have to be below a certain temperature to be operational, but also if they are slightly hot from taxi, they will keep the undercarriage extended for a couple of minutes longer to allow the brakes to completely cool, because the last thing you want to do is bring your gear up and you've got hot brakes inside the undercarriage bay, which there's a lot of stuff, a lot of pumps and ancillaries and all sorts of things, pipes and tubes and linings and everything inside the undercarriage bay, which don't like hot brakes, and the wheel assembly itself does not like a hot brake either, because once the gear doors are closed, that can heat up quite quickly. So automatic systems on board the aircraft will see, this one's fine, he's fine. GP. Yeah, Trev Lyon, 3 greens, that's exactly it. Well, obviously in the case of a 380, 5 greens in it. Rachel Van Zeller, UK, is 11 hours behind us here in Sydney. Wow, we're almost going to be doing a shows in the past, isn't it, or in the future? It's in the future, isn't it? We're going to be bringing. That's insane, man. Yeah, just bear in mind, folks, you know, a lot of people maybe, you know, don't understand purely because they don't know. But when I go overseas, when we go overseas, we don't sort of like use it as a holiday. It's never a holiday, and so therefore there's no opportunities to sort of like go down to the beach or go out to a swanky restaurant or go and see one of the sites or anything, you know, crazy like that. If there's an opportunity, we might go and have a look at the what is it, but more often than not, folks, it's tiring. It's very tiring doing what we do. So there's, you know, in terms of sort of like sightseeing, it's what we do. We're going there for you, folks. So I need to conserve all my energy to make sure that I can bring you some good shows rather than going out on the lash or, you know, it's sightseeing and visiting museums and things, because I'd feel too guilty doing something like that. I think the only one time I've ever done anything was at, what was it? It was in Canada, wasn't it, Chile? Where I went to the, Toronto, that was it. Aquarium or, I went to the tool place. Yeah. But, oh look, hello! Look at him down there. But yeah, no, it's and you know, I'm not looking for any sort of like, you know, oh really, don't you get to do that? It's like, no, it's like when people say, we've got 380 pushing back. It's when people say, when I say to me mates, you know, they say, are you coming out to play golf on whatever? And I'm like, no mate, I'm going to be in wherever I am. Oh, enjoy, have a great time. It's like, I'm not going on holiday, man. Okay. How long have you known this for? I'm going to work. But anyway, whatever. It's appreciated. It's appreciated. Avro Arrow, I did indeed do the CN Tower in Toronto. And Penelope Bailey, to be fair, seeing the extra wildlife is a nice bonus and can bring excitement, like a certain caterpillar, yes. Everything I do, basically, folks, is I want to share it with you. I don't want to be sort of like out there enjoying myself without you being there. You know, you are my most important people in my life, really. I know it sounds a bit corny, but you know, it's true. Everything I do it for you. Oh yeah. Jules Harris, Mark Howard, Rachel Van Zeller. Blimey, Tim's Bits. Paul Skilling, Chris Clark. They don't have the Jerry van over there. Jane Dudley. Sit outside the Opera Bar and have a great view of the Harbour Bridge. We'll see what we can do, because at the end of a day's filming, folks, the last thing you want to do is go out anywhere. I mean, it's you know, it's lovely when I meet people, like I did it, you know, in San Fran. This fella who's the geezer from Essex. All right, San. He was a lovely fella, and he said, you know, next time you're out here, I'll take you out and, you know, show you. It's like, I'm absolutely done in at the end of a day, folks. I mean, go and stand on your feet for 8 hours and talk as well. talk and concentrate and do everything for 8 hours and see how you feel at the end of a day. It might be all right for the youngsters, but for an old geezer like me, it's. I mean, I really appreciate all the lovely gestures that people offering to do this and take me here, and you know, there's a great restaurant here, there's a great bar there, or you know, go and visit this, that and the other, great places to see. And of course they're enthusiastic about their hometown, aren't they? But trust me, it's very, very tiring, folks. At the end of the day, you just want to go to bed. Want to go back to the hotel, sit down, and trust me, sitting down is like, oh my God, it is so amazing. You really don't appreciate it until you stand on your feet for 8 hours, you know, to do this, which is, again, the crazy thing is that because I enjoy what I'm doing here so much, that time actually goes very quickly, in theory, in my head, but you know, but you certainly feel it afterwards, and you do need a couple of days to unwind, and which is why it's even harder when I go overseas as well, because I always do at least a couple of days, so that's 2 days of you know, I want you to see everything that happens. I want you to be involved in it, folks. It's just another picture on the phone, innit? Otherwise. Yeah. Number 2 engine smoking away, man. Wow, she's screaming. Amazing, isn't it? You think all these engines on all these planes around the world, there are specialist service centres, literally, that service, repair and overhaul these engines. Some are specialist in Pratt & Whitney's, others are specialist in Rolls-Royce, General Electric, etc, etc. Incredible, isn't it, that, you know, we don't see those transitions. Obviously the big thing for engine manufacturers is to maximize the amount of time that the engine has on the wing, as opposed to being in a situation like that where Virgin are losing literally money by the hour with that aircraft sitting there with its engines off. So that aircraft, obviously, I mean, I did, you know, the 800 cycles, isn't it? I'm hearing that Rolls-Royce, with the Trent 1000 engines, I'm not sure what it is on, say, for example, the XWBs or others, but those engines on that Dreamliner having to be serviced, going through some kind of because aircraft go through A, B, C and D checks, the D check obviously being the one where they literally strip the aircraft right the way down to the rivets almost, that's about the only thing that doesn't come off is the skin of the aircraft. All panels are removed, engines are removed, undercarriage is checked thoroughly. Every single component, the interior cabin is completely stripped out. All the seats come out, the flooring is checked underneath, and everything is literally it's completely overhauled. And any changes and additions and modifications, replacements that need to be done, all happen on a D-check. I'm guessing that is an Emirates 380 that I'm seeing inbound, and the reason I'm saying that is because there's one taxiing out, and these guys are literally usually they try to be as much on time as they can be in terms of having one aircraft in and one aircraft out. Philippa Corrigan, thank you. Alan Dix. Jerry, so far, don't feel guilty, you must take a bit of time. It's not a case of, it's BA. Or is it? Is it BA or is it Emirates? It's Emirates, isn't it? Flight SSC, Tarom, old legacy carrier. 8 degrees at Heathrow, Paul Skilling. Oh, feels it as well, I'll tell you. It's not so bad down on the ground, but I can tell you, up here on the top of the roof, it's bleeding taters. C5 Alan. Chat's going too quick for me, folks. Let's make sure. I think the other aircraft is clear of the runway. Skilling, gifted in membership. It's kind of you, mate. But heaven knows I'm miserable now. Chris Clark, gifted a membership. Thanks, Chris O. Oh, easy, son, easy. That's a bit late, wasn't it? Caught by a bit of a gust there, was it? It's a 787-10, isn't it? Look how long this thing is, man. exactly the same wing as the 787-8, believe it or not. Is there other than the American carriers like United? Wow, that cloud cover's really reduced in height, hasn't it? Where's his mate? Oh, he's down there. There he is down there. Oh, sorry about that. X-shaped chair. Nice. Seen that a few times. It's nice to see something fresh. Janet Callahan, good afternoon to you. Welcome. John Grinner, Calvin Grant. How long has that Virgin jet been sat there? Oh, it's over a month now, isn't it? No. Negative. Thanks. Jules Harris. Helen Clapp. It wasn't Skiathos, the ants in the sandwich. That was Lisbon, wasn't it? But it was very funny. They were very uniform in their in the way that they attacked the sandwich. Well, it wasn't a sandwich, was it? It was the burgers. It was the ants in the chips, wasn't it? I think. Memory. Ray, good day. Oh, was it? Okay. Raptor X Screaming Emu. Oh, okay. So it was in. Right. Mark Howard, it's -5 in Toronto. Blimey, that's like, makes it feel like flipping summertime here, doesn't it? Which it's not. LA girl, Paul Skilling. Rachel Van Zeller, currently 20.7 degrees in Sydney. Raptor X BA777-2 to Bahrain. Michael K, John Bollen. Got Mark Bars gifted a membership. Thank you, Mark. Jane Dudley. Jane, they do not switch operations on 09s. I should ask that in a quiz at some point, shouldn't I? Because even though over the years, the amount of people who don't remember that on 09s, when they're on 09 operations, they stay on the same operations all day because of the agreement, the Cranford agreement that was made many years ago, back in the old BOAC days, times like that, where Heathrow assured the local community that when there are easterly winds, they will only depart on the southern runway and arrive on the northern runway. The only time we've ever seen otherwise was during the pandemic, where we saw arrivals and departures on the northern runway, which was great to see. Well, actually, it was after the pandemic, wasn't it? For a little while, I seem to remember, where they just had single runway operations at old Londonian Heathrow. They alternated it, yeah. So yeah, this will 09 operations will when they're on easterlies, they will always run the same operations. 27 operations when they're on westerlies, yes, they will change runways always at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but not on. 2TJL, I think tuning in from Atlanta, Georgia, maybe. Going to cut back from this 777 quite soon, folks, because I've got the 380 lined up, and there you go, right on cue. There's a BA 380 pulling out as well. Oh, go on! Steve Walton, the next BA 380, which is taxiing out now, off to Dubai to pick him up. Hey, Steve Walton, we're going to get his aircraft coming out of Heathrow to come and pick him up in Dubai. Wow, how about that, Steve? Have a great flight, my friend. Not this one. This is obviously Emirates 380. Easy, easy. Flipping heck. There's a bit of a crossy element in there somewhere. Looks like a prey mantis right there, doesn't it? now, Jill Blakeney. Back to ski Athens to see the dog that was at the food stand. He's faced. Not going to fly all the way out to someone just to see a dog. But yeah, maybe next year. Oh, I don't know, maybe this year. Who knows? We'll see what happens. Rab H. Ant lollipops. Well, for them. What the hell? -5 in Toronto in February is mild. Oh, he says, putting on his third coat. And there you go. Raptor X China B. Claire Bear. John Stoner. Don't make me jealous, man. Jill Blakeney wrapped up in a blanket, laying on the couch, watching BGTS. Bang out of order, isn't it? Suffer 6-3, Mrs. Flufitch. TV quiz. Yeah, easier than bleeding Andreas Krugel, good afternoon to you. Danny. Alan Tomkinson, 777-200 has 4 doors each side, 777-300 has 5 doors each side. He's right, you know, just tell him. Callum Sayers. It's another way that you can identify a 777-300 is obviously visually it's just longer, isn't it? But of course it does have 5 doors, 5 exit doors, one right over the middle of the wing, 2 forward, 2 aft. Hayabusa Nutter, welcome back Hayabusa. Rab H. Alan Durouk is in Ho Chi Minh City. Muzz Mason, 747s used to nearly rip the roof off at Dave Goddard MCs at Wagoners Roundabout. Oh, love those times, man. Jill Watkins, learning to recognise 7/8 strictly from the wing flex on takeoff. There we go. The other way to recognise the 787, of course, is how low she is to the ground. She's like a low rider, literally. Look how low she is to the ground compared to the 350, for example. How high up the 350 is off the ground compared to the 787. Even the 777 has a higher, a longer undercarriage on it. 787 right there, look. Very, very low undercarriage, almost hardly any of the strut showing at all. Joanna B sounds like a hurricane then. Jane H. Danny, I remember when you caught the BA and Virgin parallel takeoff when the US reopened. Yeah, great day that was. Been great, loving the sound. But now Andreas, George Taylor. Loved SFO and the wildlife, best of both worlds. Indeed it was. Hayabusa, Nata, good to be back. Gee, it's good to be back. No. Dr. Darb, that is EK2 to Dubai. I'll be on it next Saturday. Top floor behind the wing, can't wait. Wow, yeah. Look, what a great look, what a thing to look down on that wing, Dr. Darb. That sounds fantastic. Can't wait to choose Emirates. Chose Emirates just to go on 2 380s to Perth. Most airlines swap to a smaller plane on the second leg to Perth, yes. But we are lucky enough to be going on 2 Singapore Slingers out to Sydney. $767. Stone. Anti-collision lights flashing at the same time. Watching something on the replay or Show me United! How much longer those aircraft are going to be flying for, because the US are outlawing a lot of older engined aircraft. It's going to come in the you know, the latter 20s, where older engines are going to be outlawed, like the Pratt & Whitneys, the old Pratt & Whitneys, PW4000, even Rolls-Royce Trent 7s, and you know, slowly but surely certain engines will be phased out and having to be re-engined. Some aircraft, they're even now looking at, because of the new regulations that are coming into effect later on, you know, over the next decade, I'd imagine, you know, a lot of 747s have already been banned from operating at certain airfields, which is obviously affecting both local freight movements and the carriers themselves, having to adopt other strategies, maybe going into other airfields to and road freight or rail freighting, which adds a lot more time and expense and so on and so forth. But you know, and more of a footprint as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, yeah. So Raskas, loving the Etihad livery. Gross Motu 767 is at least 40-year-old design. That's crazy, isn't it? Who fancies a bit of A380 action? Sarah Deal has gifted 5 memberships. Thanks, Sarah. John Gooding, we have Saudi at Birmingham now. Seen it pass mine. I'm on flight under 2,000 feet for 1.5. Oh look, it's a squirrel. I remember Britannia when they started using the 767 out of EMA. Yeah. Scott Hetherington, good afternoon to you. Mike Delta 11. So yeah, Rolls-Royce currently working on an option for replacing current engines, literally swapping out from an older engine type to a newer engine type, both for new aircraft and for old aircraft, with the UltraFan design. Possibly even these aircraft, these A380s, who knows what's going to happen, whether Rolls-Royce get the UltraFan into action before these 380s are retired out of service, but who knows what might happen, because Emirates saying that they're going to be keeping hold of their 380s until into the 2040s, so we'll have to wait and see whether Rolls-Royce are able to get their act together and get the UltraFan onto the airframe and flying. Even a big lump like this needs to give it a little bit of time before they go, because of the wake left behind that 380, and because the wind is straight down the runway, that wake will continue to roll out down the runway, so which is why even a 777 needs to leave a little bit of spacing to counteract any possible wake turbulence on the way out. James Milligan. 380 was such a huge investment for the airlines, and the money they spent getting the best first areas to get the flight to recoup costs. Either that or just write it off. Wind element in there as well. So they're battling a little bit, aren't they? Maggie Kuala Aloha. They used to do 4 380s on Emirates to Sydney from Heathrow, but now they're 777s from Stansted, Dubai, then 380s on the longer Dubai-Sydney route. Better than tackling the M25. Yeah, anything's better than tackling the M25, I tell you. M25 is the ring road around London here in the UK, folks, which is it's a notorious bleeding nightmare. A bit like that. I think it's the 405 around LA, isn't it? Is it the 405? They call it the nightmare ring sometimes. CPR, engine floof. This is Delta's A330. 300, I think that is I think this is a Neo? Or is this I think this might be a Neo. Just looking at the size of the engines, seeing the sweep of the winglet. Yeah, looks like an A339. And she's rolling. Gathering all that speed up. Engine ingestion, floof. Creating its own microclimate inside the engines, man. It's insane. 5 tons of air per second being ingested. Blade tips travelling at the speed of sound. Smoky old Trents on this one. At least the undercarriage is going up. Wow, very derated departure there. Another BA380 coming out. Nice. So round about now we should be seeing Etihad and Qatar not far away from departures. Raskas Airbus have recently announced even more feature improvements to the 330neo. Alterations to flap controls would make for a better climb out rate, slight increase in maximum takeoff weight too coming in 2025. Yeah, Raskas. Also the flap settings, basically what they're talking about is an a 1.1, a 2.1 and a 3.1. So there's 3 more flap settings that they're making available to the pilots to, like he says, increase the rate of climb, but also as well as that, they're going to be installing newly revised undercarriage systems so that the undercarriage can retract. The undercarriage and the undercarriage doors can retract earlier. Literally we're talking about under a second here for each of them. I think is it 0.8 of a second and 0.2 of a second respectively, something like that. It just means that they're able to retract the gear a little quicker, and as a result of that, increase the climb rate once again. You know. That's on the new aircraft that are currently in production, and then they will be retrofitting the actuators, new actuators on the undercarriage and the flap settings, which will probably be some kind of a firmware setting, I'm guessing, whereby they will, obviously on the flight deck, when they select flaps 1, 2 or 3, they will have a new flap setting, 1.1, 2.1 and 2 and 3.1, something like that. I'm sure it's explained a little bit clearer in there, Reed. Arrow, yes, I was planning a walk around the airport at some point. But maybe leave that till a little bit later in the year. Aidan Cameron giving a shout out for the gifted membership. Jill Blakeney, BA livery is one of my favourites. There we go. Tweety JL 777 Lenny. Low ceiling today, Dan the man. Yes, it is a very low ceiling. Keeps alternating, but it is overall, I think it's around about 500 feet in it, something like that. Kidding PJ, so many 380s today. Scott Everett, Gordon Freeman, Claire Bear, GG, J-Bank. CX7 12 minutes away. That's isn't CX7 the jumbo? Is it a jumbo or not? Yeah, okay. Well, hopefully CX7 will make its way to runway 09 right. Carl Roller, 747, 11 minutes out. Beverly George BA 380 to Miami now lining up. Fly SSC BA 380s are some lookers. Claire Bell will fly on 747 on my bucket list. Going to be a tricky one that. We'll have to, you know, I'll be hunting high and low. To fly on a 747 these days. This 777 off to Dallas. See how quick this gear retracts. Much quicker than the 330. About 8 seconds, unlike the 330, which is about 12 seconds. Robert Hilton say he got a free breakfast when he used the code on Hilton Gardening. That's not saying that everyone gets it, but that's a great, nice gesture, isn't it? Yeah, look on your perks, folks, for your Hilton Gardening. 30% discount off of room rates. Martin's said he's... Oh, ATC have given the 09 right for the CX-7 jet, folks. So we've got a 747 inbound. She's doing the Lamborn walk at the moment. Oi! She's a rolling. Bang. Yeah, I'm hoping it isn't. Oh, well, yeah, I hope it's. I'm obviously, yeah. Noah also got the free breakfast. Wow! There you go, folks. I actually never knew, but there you go. Listen to this thing scream past. Look how low she is, man. Big right bank, look at that! Wow! Oh mate, this might be low over your house, man. Yeah! Look at that! Oh yeah, she's still way below the cloud, man. Alan Eason, One World livery is the One World Alliance. Basically, it's a bit like well, it's exactly the same as all the other alliances that you get. Star Alliance. It's basically where airlines have code shares. What's called a code share. Well, they'll work with each other. Wow, look at that! One coming in, one going out. Yeah, she's in the cloud. Joanna B. Air Show flight. Crazy Gerard, wing flex. It's great, isn't it? It's great. A400 headed your way from just passing over London. David Cannard saying, well, we're not going to see it, David. Very low cloud here at London Heathrow. Star, One World and Sky Team are the big three alliances. Screaming Emu saying, yeah, Star Alliance, One World. Roxy Simmons, EC130. What's that? Lee Laker, Trev Lyons, Screaming Emu, and Mark Gillen. 380-tastic. Cafe 747 inbound, 7 minutes, Claire Bear. Scott Hetherington, John Grim. Cold winds next week. Yeah. It's not favourable, I have to say, standing on top of a hotel in these cold winds. It's not much. I mean, it isn't. I mean, it's a lot more fun when it's warm. I'll put it that way. Mirrors, number 9, CX7, 7 minutes out. Let's get it to number 1, folks. There's 6,000 of you watching. Come on. Jump on the flight radar 24s now. Let's get this CX7 jet to number 1. Oh, Roxy Simmers, there we go. An EC130 just flew over her. Peter Makunda out of the holding pattern, 7 minutes out. Thank you, Peter. Clive Clark, Penny Haskins. Is it? Oh, it's a shame, isn't it? Well, GG, it's just one of those things, I have to say. It's just one of those things you just learn. The more you look, the more you see, the more you learn, the more it becomes ingrained, you know, in terms of the look of an aircraft. You sometimes, you know, you just, even from a distance, sometimes you're able to pick out what aircraft it is. Sometimes when they're landing directly at you, it's a little bit difficult to see in terms of its particular variant. A 777-200 versus a 300, for example. 350s, and the same with the A330s. But you know, in terms of identifying the aircraft type, it's something that it just comes naturally with anything that you learn as a human being. Learning anything, you know, learn to identify an apple from a pear. Singapore Slinger 387 minutes out, mirrors. Phil Sky chucking them out for sure. Heavier clock. Robert Hilton, you need to come and stay at the Hilton Garden Inn, because they'll ask you, and your name, sir? Yes, Hilton. Mr. Hilton. Will you be staying here in the executive suite, sir? Is there anything you need? Chauffeur-driven car to McDonald's, perhaps? The sun always shines on TV. Screaming Emu. Robert Hilton. Captain Manny's in there. It's a good day to you, Captain. Captain Manny, you will see probably in your email inbox at some point. I've messaged Heather at Memphis. Hopefully might just approach the whole thing from a different angle, and potentially, hopefully, we'll see some reaction from her. I hope so, because it takes. It is annoying when you write a big long email to someone, you know, and it takes you like a couple of hours or maybe even longer to sort of like check it, double check it, spell check it, you know, maybe edit it a few times like I always do, and then all you get back is thanks. But I don't think she's like that. I think she's quite approachable and amenable. Yeah, she knows about us as well. Touch me. God, my fingers are feeling it, man. How can it be? Look how long this takes to retract its gear. One. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Nearly 15 seconds from the point of retract. Yeah! They rate this about 3 seconds from wheels off ground. That's what the AIRBUS pods were talking about. Around about 3 seconds once the aircraft is off the ground. Positive rate. Gear up, cool. Oh, look at the little town down there when you come out to play. This is WestJet, isn't it? Is this WestJet? Off to Calgary, probably, something like that. Much quicker retraction on the Boeings. Somebody's cooking downstairs. It smells lovely. Garlic bread and everything. Bang! Early turn, early turn. Look at that! Look how steep that one is. Wow! That is so tight, man. Look at that! Just, I don't know, really. Screaming in, you might be able to answer that. Why do sometimes they have a very sharp departure angle as opposed to a longer one? I'm guessing that's just to get them into their flight pattern quicker, is it? Or just, I don't know, is it traffic related? Gordon Freeman, huge turn on CX-7 apparently. Ashley James Barrett, my missus hates it. That's interesting, that Saudia jet watches it on TV and runs out onto the balcony. Oh, you're not watching those planes again, are you? Sarah Jo, garlic bread. Ooh. Thomas Much. Dad! Dad! CX-7 landing on 9 right. Manny, you can start a heading assigned turn at 400 feet unless restricted. Wow. So that's the tower, isn't it? So it's down to the captain or the flying pilot's you can start a heading assigned turn at 400 feet unless restricted. Yeah, so it's unrestricted. I'm guessing is so. So at the moment, what we're saying is that this unrestricted. Because the standard instrument departure is that a difference? Is there a difference then, Captain Manny, between unrestricted and the standard instrument departure? It seems that these standard instrument departures are the sort of like longer turn rather than that very tight turn. But that's pretty cool, man. Jules Harris. Raskas making a good point. If you turn them quicker, you can get the next one up behind you quicker. Oh, did I miss the tarot? Charlie just went over his head. No! Stuart Watson, 747 should be breaking out of the clouds just about now, and there it is. Are we gonna get, Zoom problems here, I think. Thank you, Stuart. Aidan Campbell, Rohit Parkour, 3,000 feet, 500 feet. Number one on flight radar. How cool is that, man? So they're still putting a couple of departures out before CX-7. Come on, mate, let's get you. Oh, we nearly had you there. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Come on. Get yourself in focus. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. You're trying, I can see you trying. Oh, you little. Come on, man. I can't take my gloves off to bleeding do the change the. All right then, if you insist. Oh, that hasn't done any good, has it? After all that. No, come on! It's down to 200 feet, man. Oh, man alive. Finally. big beautiful bird in town. From time to time I've seen them use the nose load on the Cathay jet in the past. Not that often, has to be said, but from time to time we've seen the nose come up, as what like we discussed on the show the other week. Captain Ron, why 9 right today? Well, Captain Ron, the preference would be 9 right for the cargo jets, because see that big bread bin looking building there, even though it's got the BA icon on it, the Speedbird icon. That's the cargo terminus here at Heathrow. It's quite a small cargo pad, considering the amount of freight that Heathrow handles, although the majority of the freight that Heathrow handles is actually belly freight. If you look at the numbers that Heathrow has on its books, most of the numbers are based on belly freight on the commercial airliners. Wow, look how steep that is! Blooming heck! They want to get up to cruise quick, don't they? Blooming heck. LCY takeoff. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It's very steep. This guy, look at this, heading straight at us, almost level. Now starting to climb. Yeah, that was cool, man. There'll be some sort of like there's another steep one there. do like that new branding, Cathay Cargo. Smith been on that route, Heathrow to Phoenix, loved it. Joanna B, Brian Pounder, Ian Morrison, Rascas 350 just looks right. John Grinham watched the whole of Skiathos yesterday, can't believe that was 2021. Yeah, crazy. Singapore Slinger using all of the runway. The active. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Roll up, roll up. Mirrors, curls of the 350 winglet are amazing. It looks so different from every angle. Well, the one that looks the most peculiar from any angle is actually the winglet of the A330-900. The A330 Neo, as they like to call it, or the 339. But yeah, very odd looking, beautiful looking, but odd looking at the same time. Because it sort of comes out, goes forward, then goes back again. It's just. But yeah, what he's saying is, you know, I mean, it's almost when you look at the winglet of the 350, doesn't look as curved there as it does there, if you see what I mean. But isn't that a beautiful piece of architecture? The winglet of the A350. And like we were talking about earlier, totally different than the raked wingtip design of the 787, which is very exaggerated in terms of its raked tip, much like 767-400 in a funny sort of way. See how this is just a normal, sort of like a normal wing type that you're seeing on the 787 here, but watch as this wing literally comes to life is the best way to describe it, because as the aircraft just builds up speed, you'll see the wing aft of the engine, it's outboard of the engines, not so much the wing doesn't flex at the wing route where it joins the fuselage or out to the engine. It's aft of, it's outboard of the engine. You'll see that the wings literally come to life. Lenny, 380 heaven today. Etihad 380 pinging mirrors. Of course, the other terminology for these modern wingtips is a blended wingtip. Even though it's not really, it looks blended, but it is actually bolt-on. You see the tip, the wings already massively flexing up there. Look at that. Isn't that so impressive, man? When she gets there, look at that. at full flex. In terms of engineering, that's an amazing feat of engineering, is it not? You know, to be able to build that much flex. I mean, it's not to say that, you know, older aircraft didn't have flex. They naturally did, even though I think aircraft designers of years gone by were not so. I mean, we're talking about the Jurassic period of aviation, you know, back in the old days with the VC-10s and 707s and the like. The wings were, I'm not sure, I'd need to speak to an aircraft designer from back then, whether, doubtful any of them are still alive, but you know, in terms of building in flex into the wing design, because it was a natural thing. It is because of the airflow over the wing, because of the stresses that they're put under. They will literally bend the wing up to a certain degree, and of course, you know, that is also something that they've had to allow in terms of the cabin as well, increasing and decreasing in pressure, expansion and contraction. Max S2, good day to you. Tech, proper aviation. Sharp right turn, Clyde, wasn't it? On the checkers. What's happened? Do what? To take the wing when they're developing a new aircraft. Of course, they don't do that They do it on new aeroplanes in order to pass their, you know, certification. The wing has to take a certain amount of pressure, or a minimum amount. Now you'll see that wing. There it comes. There it is. There it is. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah, I'm led to believe that the 78 when they tested the 787 wing, they could not break it. They went to do the stress testing on it. I think it went beyond the point where the apparatus that they were using couldn't go any further. Sorry. Big clumsy fingers. It's always difficult to film with big gloves on, folks. Trust me, I wouldn't use them if I didn't have to. But today, I've got the quite thick ones on today. Oh yeah, ribbons coming off this 333 already. Or is it 332? Is this Sri Lankan, isn't it? Is this the Sri Lankan jet? It is, yeah. Trent 700s. What's that on radar? On flight radar? Irish Coast Guard, we're hearing. Inbound, and it is. There is something coming in. It's a helicopter. It is a helicopter. And it's apparently registered to the Irish Coast Guard. I've got a couple of ops vehicles parked at the far end of 9, right? Yeah, it could be a medical thing. I'm imagining it would be. Fly SSC1. Do it for you guys. This is a very random thing, yes. Apparently this is number 2 on flight radar. This oh no, it's a proper. This is a proper copter. This one. I wouldn't mind flying in one of these. Put it that way. Could be off an oil rig, could be an emergency off an oil rig or something. They'll probably fly the length of the runway, I'd imagine. They have to use the taxiways, much like a normal aircraft. They don't just fly all over the place like taking that exit there. Wow, yeah, that's proper big old Sikorsky, isn't it? So interesting that he's landing now. Now he will taxi on his wheels. See the blades pitching. Michael Caine saying possibly this could be organ donations. Yes, first time for me then, Michelle. At Heathrow anyway. To the Petercopter! Go to the one on the Thames, the heliport on the Thames. Emergency, emergency. Jonathan Ezor, good morning from a long hiatus from a few miles east of KJFK. Good day to you, my friend. I think he's right actually saying that Rab H saying it may be a bit large for your average helipad. Scott McKenzie will say up and in. Back to this. Wait a little bit, isn't he, on 380 because it takes so long. Ellen, rain shield is getting pretty close. We're expecting rain about 4 o'clock, weren't we? looks like a praying mantis at that point, doesn't it, the front end? Yeah, here we go. Big hole she's left in the cloud now. Damn man. Gear doors close quick. It's pretty impressive. What's crazy is the big bang that you hear when they close on the 380 and the 350. Well, actually on any aircraft, if you're sitting over the wing, yeah, definitely struggling a little bit. Bit of a crosswind element in there, definitely. Go on, son. It's got a scarf on, look. Oh, was that easy? I thought that gear door was taking a bit long to shut then. Dustin Jackson, thank you, just gifting a membership. Who's this little fella on there? What's he doing? Oh, it's a runway inspection. Fair enough. Roadhouse. Cheetah 1903 MT Girl loves planes. BA livery makes the bottom look flat. Assume it's not. No, it's not. There is a certain it's not a full circle, is it? It is flat at the bottom of the, especially around the undercarriage section. The mid-section, the wing section of the aircraft is flat underneath. Whereas the rest of it, forward and aft of that, is curved. So you're partially right, actually. K Dean. BA livery has a classic look. I like it. From somebody about maybe some FOD on either one of the taxiways or one of the runways, or on the runway. Certainly seem to be looking out for something. Dustin Jackson's just got his new Big Jet TV swimming trunks. Awesome. Got his shirt, 747 shirt and bucket hat to take to JFK next month. Awesome, Dustin. That's brilliant, man. Martin Pete chilling in from Cuba. Awesome. Arrow, full throttle Heathrow today. Kiwi Susie, good today, Heathrow. Big Jet TV hat is on my wife's list of things to get me. Awesome. Awesome. Tony Rivers has gifted a membership. Thank you, Tony. United is the only airline to have an operational maintenance facility at the UK airfield. Alright, saying that? Right. I know Boeing have got a big one at Gatwick. crosswind, man, I'm telling you. Sort of half on, half off, isn't he? Need it straighten up, son. There we go. There we go. Raptor X-330 with Virgin off to New York. Ah, Chuck Tannehill's just gifted 5 memberships. Thanks, Chuck. Very kind of you, mate. Lovely Saudi jet in the backdrop there. Lining up on Sierra. Mind that! Go on the tracks! Nice ribbons. Brief ribbons. Bust that cloud. Main deck cargo being offloaded. There'll be much going on to that jumbo. Dustin Jackson hopefully parked right out my window at the TWA Hotel again. Go Virgin. Dustin Jackson. Cool. Delay until 15:45 due to lack of a slot. What's that for? Look at that thing, just it's ginormous, isn't it? It's just ginormous, man. It looks so out of perspective. Rascas. Lovely 330 noise. David Brick saying rain just hitting Slough now. slough, cow. Well, it is what it is. Kathy. Look how drooped those wings are with fuel, man. Gary Fellows has gifted a membership. Thank you, Gary. On up. Yeah, here we go. I don't know, they engine alliance on the Etihad jet. I don't know if that's a Rolls Royce or an engine alliance power plant. GP 72000 or something, isn't it? GPW 72 or I don't know, Stevie Bucket. I don't know. I know what you're saying, but I don't know if I think it'd be too much gold on the engines. I don't know. Deborah Sherwood, Louise P, both amazing, incredible. Very funny, MT girl. Say it like it is. Rascas, never less than impressive. Ram H, awesome. I'm very curious about the Sheikh 747-8 aircraft interiors flight SSE1. Okay. Dylan Vijetunge. Good day to you, Dylan. A very warm welcome. Hope you're well, Jules Harris. It's like every other plays a 380 today. It's great, isn't it? Oh, I tell you what, there's a Qatar 351K coming out here, look. 70 tons of whatever. Come on, son! Matilda. Makohan, sorry. We've booked the Hilton for a May trip at London Heathrow. For those who have done so, should we do the airport view upgrade? It's not an upgrade, is it? Shouldn't be an upgrade, Mako. If you pre-arrange it now, it's not an upgrade. Just try and reserve room 747 if you can, or 746, 74. You know, 7th floor, any of them along here. But if you call them now, if it's in May, you should be able to pre-book room 747, I would imagine. By the sounds of it, you get free breakfast and all, which is pretty awesome, man. They really do treat you well here at the Hilton, I've got to say. From all the feedback that I've had, they do treat you well. Obviously, that's obviously it is a patient, isn't it? It is a patient being transported there. Maybe to a specialist sort of head trauma, whatever, or I don't know, somebody needing some. Yeah, but if it's Irish Coast Guard, that's possibly somebody who's been either rescued from a vessel, yeah, or from an oil rig, or from something like that. Yeah, but it might have gone from Cork Airport via the incident. No. Oh, okay. So so it didn't sort of like. Okay, it's come from Cork. Oh, okay. Well, I wish them well, whoever they are. Joanna B can't believe they're phasing out the A380. Well, Joanna, those operators who are continuing to operate the A380 won't be phasing it out for a number of years yet. I'd say that, certainly Emirates are saying that they're going to be running it through till the 2040s. BA will, in time, phase out the A380, probably in favour of the 777X. And we all know about the delays on the 777X. So as a result of that, and the same with Lufthansa as well. So I think you'll find that those operators flying the A380 will continue on for at least another decade, I would have thought. Let's give a little bit of love to some of these little single aisle jets. Jackson, Paul Wiltshire, thank you Paul, Avro Arrow, Susan New, Fly SSC, Straight Talk with Jack Graham, tuning in from Tennessee, Dustin Jackson, A350 is undoubtedly the best plane right now. Well, that's your opinion, Dustin. It's a beautiful aeroplane, there ain't no doubt. Gary Fellows has gifted a membership. Thank you, Gary. Right there, Just Planes Crazy has been gifted that membership by Gary Fellows. You have to allow gifting if you are looking for a gifted membership, folks. On there. My cats made me crazy. Chrissy loving the Malaysian livery. Aidan Campbell, I'm warming to the 777 a lot more after seeing so many at San Fran. Oh, you gotta love the triple, man. Regardless of what your thoughts are on aesthetics and all that, it's just the triple is the big, beautiful bully boy, isn't it? You know, really, just it's beautiful and yet it's frightening in the same sort of way. Thank you, Gary Fellows has gifted another membership. Clever. Alan McDermott. Malaysian livery is great. Rich S. Chuck Bishop. It's funny how the 350 wingtips look asymmetrical from certain angles. Yes, we were talking about that just now, Chuck. But honestly, it's the same with all the wingtips. The Dreamliner, if it comes past you, it changes shape literally as you're watching it live. It's crazy. And an example of that is on that 350 down there. It looks quite shallow there, doesn't it? But then look on the other side, and you can see how much it flicks up. It's crazy. It's a real Hokkien. There's the wingtip, the raked wingtip, still blended, but it's a raked wingtip on the Dreamliner. Freeman. Yeah, it is an amazing optical illusion, isn't it? It really is. I'll tell you what is the most optical illusion-y of all optical illusions is definitely the A339, and I will at some point be able to show you that when we get the next opportunity to look close up at the 339 winglet. SSC, Ian Morrison, Penny Haskins, Raskas. It's a bit mad that the UK government's only control. Oh, right, okay. It's quite funny, that. Dylan Wichtel, 340-600, my favourite, along with the TriStar. Dylan, absolutely, TriStar. I think of all aviation fans, the TriStar's a big favourite. Tune into the on-air show at Big Jet TV on Fridays, and you'll see a TriStar at the museum. Along with the DC-10, it's a Hawaiian. TriStar's a Hawaiian. Oh, is it the DC-10 that's all? It's been a while now, hasn't it? Few and far between now, the old 319s with BA, aren't they? Not many left. Penelope Bailey, early birdie. JP Kraus. Gemma Chul's saying that she's still learning about the wingtips. I find this so fascinating. Yes, it is. I think, Gemma, we should do a show, shouldn't we, on the winged? Well, a segment on wingtips, wingtip design. I'm gonna harp all the way back. No, they're not. No. Yeah, the 339 winglet and the 350 winglet may look similar but only from certain angles. 339 winglet is making a run for it across the active look. Like I say, I remember seeing the A339 winglet on a test bed at ILA Berlin show before the 339 actually was put into service. Ellen asking for a segment on wingtips. We could get a face-to-face A3 Emirates 380 off coming up. Either that or it's going to be a sandwich, a BA 320 sandwich. Qantas is adding the split scimitar to many of their older 737-800s. I thought Qantas were getting rid of all their 737-800s. Didn't I read that they were getting rid of their 737-800s in favour of the A220? Trying about be pimp my wingtip. Brilliant. Pimp my plane. Oh, is it? is the tug going back to the 380? Oh, it's 717s, not. There we go. Yeah. Oh. Why has the tug gone back to the aeroplane? Oh, really? And that came up. You know what? I think why are they definitely hooking him up, aren't they? Just get this Qatar 350 going out. It's just a gracious aeroplane, the 350, isn't it? It's not hardcore. It's just a beautiful piece of engineering. 777's gnarly. Powered back. Oh, didn't he? We are going to get a face-off. We're going to get a face-off. Look at this. Emirates face-off. Seconds out. Round one. Qatar lost their Skytrax first place to Singapore Airlines fly SSC 110. Wow. You're right, mate? Yeah, I'm alright. You mind if I jump in there? Well, I got a bit of a problem at the moment, mate. What's that then? Well, I don't really want to say, you know. Well, can you hurry up then, whatever you do? got some passengers drop off here, mate. All right. On your horses, son. Getting closer and all that. So we get a good thumb for it. There you go. Oh, here we go. He's going. Cheers then, mate. Right then, see ya. Contenders ready, Chrissy. Gladiators ready. Standing on the plinth of the big one. dumbbell. Couple of big Trent 900s on the end of each dumbbell. Yeah, you had to be there. I'll get me cup. Got Capo Chris inbound. He's coming in on the left runway. Captain Chris, ladies and gentlemen. Cloud's low now. Wow! stuff going on here. Greenacres. Oh, sand there. Did you get my message? Dylan saying, is it true about passenger 747s returning to Heathrow? Well, Dylan, yes, there will be a passenger 747 with Korean Airlines returning, supposedly, well, it's slated to be returning in June this year. That may be delayed, we don't know, but certainly because of the ramp up in passenger numbers during the summer season, I'd imagine that's why they put the 747-8 back into service here at Heathrow, which is a great thing for us. Penny Haskins. No, they're not done for good. 747 still operating with Lufthansa, don't forget. Lufthansa operating the 747-400s and 800 variants. Again, I think partly down to the lack of, or the slow delivery process, should I say, for new airframes. I have to say, I'm not sure what BA's plans were or are in terms of the because when the 777X was in production and in had already been agreed, letters of intent at least had been signed with British Airways for the Boeing 777X. It may be that when they disposed of their 747 so hastily, I have to say, that they maybe say, well, we can get rid of them because we're going to get the 777Xs in a couple of years. And little did they know that the massive delays that are happening in terms of not just the engines but also the certification of the 777X is still not completely underlined or signed off yet. So I think that's why airlines like Lufthansa, very clever in their thinking, by keeping their 747s in active service, along with A340-6s and A340-300s, believe it or not. I think Lufthansa must be the most active aircraft type operator in the world in terms of what aircraft types they operate. Dimitri, Virgin had already pre-planned the replacement of their 747s with A350s and 787 Dreamliners. Just bear in mind that Virgin have a much smaller fleet than British Airways. That was all pre-planned. The pandemic was nothing to do with the demise of Virgin's 747 fleet, although it was a little bit earlier than they had originally planned. But the pandemic sort of like gave them the opportunity to bring that forward, which, you know, they were sad for it to happen, let's be honest, you know. But as for BA, it was a very quick decision. We're going to get rid of them now because they had about another 5 or 6 years left of the 747 operating with British Airways pre-pandemic. So, you know, I think personally they were a little bit hasty. I think you know, the accountants probably looked at it and thought, wow, we can save a hell of a lot of money here, or we can, you know, in terms of operational costs of the jumbo jet, because obviously they're very expensive indeed. But they didn't look ahead of time and think, right, well, hold on a minute, are we definitely going to get these new aircraft that are on order? What are the order books looking like with Airbus and Boeing, etc., in terms of, you know, are they delivering on time? And will the pandemic slow that whole procedure down as well? So I think that Virgin was already pre-planned, but I have to be honest with you, I think British Airways were a little bit hasty. I don't know. Well, Henry, I think it's already been agreed that the super twin freighter is the thing of the future, isn't it? You know, the 777X is, you know, the X variant of the freighter, a 777-800F, I think it is, or 777-8F. And also the Airbus A350 freighter as well, which is designated the A350-1000F, I think it is. I think that's what the designation is going to be. But it's 4 engines at the end of the day. You're talking about double the operation costs of flying a 4-engine aircraft as opposed to a super twin, and you know, in a marketplace that is so competitive, you need to be able to offer decent prices to potential. Jenny, why can I hear myself, man? I can hear myself through your headset. I don't know what. It's just happened recently. It happened in the last 10-15 minutes. I think the advisors on the board of British Airways were, I think they were given some bad advice. Intersecting departure for a BA 350. Look at this.
LZ was upgraded. This is a raked wingtip on this 767-400, but it looks more prominent than the triple. It looks very pointy, doesn't it? Look at that. Look at that wingtip, man. Carry over between them. Okay folks, this is it. This is our call out. Emirates, just want to say a big thank you to everybody for tuning in today. Thanks once again to Jilly for looking after everything. Hope you've enjoyed the show, folks, and welcome to all our wonderful new members who've joined us today, and thank you to everybody who's gifted as well. Wow, look how quick he's gone up, man. That's going to be cloud busting by the time it reaches us. I don't know though, she's staying low. One noisy, annoying motorcycle today. Thanks folks, appreciate your company. Thank you everybody, like I say, all those who've gifted memberships, and for everybody who's joined as a new member, and those who've upgraded as well, I have to say. Like I say, premium members, look out for a notification. We're going to be giving you a notification on the release of the San Francisco shows a little bit earlier than we normally would do, because we gave quite a lot of Freeview stuff out there as well. Anybody who's watching right now and wonders what I'm talking about, then go and grab yourself a little bit of Freeview from San Francisco. Some great footage there, and of course a bonus with Air Force One, as well as those high flying, well I'll say high flying, 23,000 feet KC-10s, KC-135s with aircraft refueling behind them. An absolutely fantastic shot. Thanks once again to everybody. Look after yourselves. We'll see you back here on Wednesday. Don't know where we'll be around the Heathrow area, but we'll be here for you, just like we always are. Take care. Thank you once again. See you later. Bye bye. You copy, GP?